Edie be allowed to attend the meeting remotely due to a work conflict and travel obligations. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Shaw?
Yes.
Director Raquejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Edie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. And good morning to each and every one.
Morning, welcome.
Our next order of business is the approval of the committee minutes of December 11th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Raquejo, seconded by Director Edie, that the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee meeting minutes from December 11th, 2024 be approved as submitted. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Shaw?
Yes.
Director Raquejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Same.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
The motion passes with 6 voting in favor of and 1 abstention being Director Jakes. Director Jakes, you may move on to agenda item number 3.
Our next order of business is the finance report. Tom McComb.
Good morning, directors. Tom McCone, Chief Financial Officer. Let me share my screen here and then I'll begin my report. Okay, I'm going to present for you this morning the results from November. So we'll start with system generated revenues. On the revenue side, you'll see fair and pass totals there. Actual amounts coming in relatively equal to each other at $14 million apiece. This is slightly higher than budget for the passes, which drives up total fair and passes for the month. A little bit under $1 million positive to budget there at $300,000. On the non-fare box side of things, you'll see reduced fare subsidy coming in slightly higher than budget. That's due to a slightly higher allocation in the state budget for their state fiscal year 2025. So that's reflected in these November results. The non-fare box, the rest of the non-fare box revenue is slightly positive to budget. That's driven primarily by the investment income and the higher interest rates that we're able to take advantage of for that return. Overall, then revenue comes in 1.4 million positive to budget and 0.4 million positive to the prior year. So if we put that onto the year-to-date numbers, again, through November here, you can see fares and passes, 6 million positive to budget, 21.5 million higher than where we were last year on fares and passes. On the non-fare box side, a similar story, ahead of budget and ahead of where we were last year on the non-fare box side. So system generated revenue in total, 11.7 million positive to budget, which is a little bit more than 26 million higher than where we were last year at this time. On the expenses side, you're going to see some timing of some expenses that came through in November. On the labor side, we're slightly negative budget. That's not entirely unanticipated because we did sign our contract with the trades and we issued some back pay associated with that. So that's reflected in that labor line here in November. You'll see that we made up for it for year to date on the next page. Material slightly negative to budget as we did a little bit more work on the vehicles in November. Fuel coming in positive. It's going to be positive for the year. We're seeing a better rate on fuel, so lower price per gallon on the fuel side, even as we increase usage as service goes up. On the power side, savings there, a little bit lower usage on the power side. So positive variance there. Purchases of security services is on track with our forecast for the year, which is negative to budget in November and will be negative year to date. Other expenses balances that out. Positive year to date on other expenses, primarily benefiting from reduced contractual services and then also some benefits on the credits for our pension obligation bond. So total operating expenses, 2.7 million positive to budget for the month. Year to date, we roll everything up, 95.7 million positive year to date against the budget. On the expenses side, you'll see those negative variances then have offset here year to date on labor and material, but maintained in security services, again, on track with our forecast for the year. At the public funding side of things, you'll notice here a little bit of change in these monthly results as sales tax remains positive to budget. And then for the first time in a while, we see real estate transfer tax positive to budget as well. So across the public funding side of things, we see positive results here for these monthly results on our public funding. which actually for the year to date brings us positive for year to date. So this had been negative for the past few months. The positive results here in November push us positive year to date on the public funding as well, which is a good result to see here as we're heading into the end of the year. And on the federal relief side of things, what that means is we drew 37.9 million off of the various grant funds associated with our federal relief funding, leaving $687 million remaining to fund our deficit in 2025 and then into the beginning months of 2026. On the commodity side, we're in a good place here. We've bought everything we need for 2025. We've purchased a good chunk of the fuel that we're anticipating for 2026. The RFP remains on the street for power, so you're not going to see that power number get locked in for a little while here as we wait for that, and then we'll look to see whether there's a timing for advantageous purchases of fuel to lock in for next year as well. That concludes my report. I'm available for any questions.
No, I don't have questions, Tom.
We'll take questions from other members of the board. Director Ja?
I have no questions, thanks.
Director Requejo?
No question.
Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
No questions, thank you.
Director Lee?
Thanks, I have no questions.
Director Eady?
Yes, I believe I understood and how I heard, were the 687 million, the federal relief funding that was drawn down already?
Yeah, so we have, in November, we had 687 million remaining. We do have eligible expenses against that. So we took the opportunity to go ahead and draw down those remaining funds and put them in a CTA reserve account so that we can continue to use them to fill in that deficit gap. So that's correct. You will see the slide change to reflect that next month, which will reflect the change as it impacted December and then the close of the year.
Yeah, I think that was quite prudent. Yes. So beyond that, that's my only question.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Director Jakes, there are no further questions. You may proceed to agenda item number 4.
Agenda item number 4 is the review of an ordinance authorizing a co-promotional advertising trade agreement with Bank of America for the 2025 Shamrock Shuffle, Chicago 13.1 and Chicago Marathon. Tom.
Great, thank you. Once again, good morning, Tom McCone, Chief Financial Officer. Today I present for your consideration an ordinance that permits CTA to enter into a co-promotional trade agreement with Bank of America for 3 2025 events sponsored by the bank. These events include the Shamrock Shuffle, the Chicago 13.1 Half Marathon, the 2025 Chicago Marathon, and related events. The co-promotion has a trade value to Bank of America of $81,920 and a trade value to CTA of $126,550. Bank of America has also purchased $81,920 in advertising on CTA. Bank of America will provide CTA information in their participant guides, email blasts to participants, and on the event websites. This will include links to purchase fares in advance of each race through the Ventra website. They will also provide booth space to CTA at the Marathon Health and Fitness Expo and a space for the CTA Community Connections bus at the Shamrock Shuffle. In exchange, CTA will provide unsold car card space on our rail system. CTA has done a co-promotional agreement around the Chicago Marathon for 24 years. This partnership will allow CTA to reach a substantial audience of runners and spectators around these events. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are you running in the Shamrock Shuffle, Tom?
TBD. I will keep you posted.
I have no questions.
I will if you will.
I guess we'll just wait.
Director Ja, any questions?
No questions, just a comment on, I think last year when we, what was that? That was me?
No, that's not you.
I think there was a recommendation made around maybe partnering to provide like a 3-day pass for the runners through the packet pickup. That way we could.
I think there's Zoom feedback happening. That's what I think. That's not it? Do you need us to take a second, Vita?
We good? Okay. Did we make any progress around that? Is there plans? Maybe
Yeah, so we're
include that?
still talking to them about that. It's not a part of this particular agreement, but it is still something that we'd like to pursue with them.
Thank you.
Director Rekeho,
No questions.
Director Ortiz,
No questions.
Chairman Barclay,
No question.
Director Lee,
No, thank you. No questions.
Director Eady,
No questions.
Chairman Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Rekeho, seconded by Director Eady, that the ordinance will be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja,
Yes.
Director Rekeho, Director Ortiz. Yes. Chairman Barclay,
Yes.
Director Jakes.
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director Eady.
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 5.
Agenda item 5 is the review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Chicago through its office of the city clerk for purchase and use of open standards fare system cards for municipal identification and fare payment. Tom.
Morning. Today, for your consideration, I present a proposal for renewal of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Chicago Office of the City Clerk and the CTA. This IGA covers the purchase and use of Ventra cards for the city's municipal ID program known as City Key. The Ventra cards purchased are used by individuals as both a municipal ID and a fare payment on CTA's system. The proposed IGA will be for a term of 2 years with 2 automatically renewed 2-year options commencing on the date the agreement is executed. Through this IGA, the city purchases Ventra cards to be distributed to individuals requesting a city key ID. The IGA provides that the city will reimburse the authority for each Ventra card purchased at the pass-through cost charged by the vendor, which is cubic. The agreement may be canceled by either party upon 90 days written notice. Renewal of this IGA allows CTA to increase access to convenient public transportation for city residents, as well as to increase ridership on the CTA. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Tom, is this with the city, is this capped at a number, or is this whatever they use is what they pay for?
Whatever they use is what they pay for. So we usually have bulk orders. The last order we got was for about 50,000.
Okay, thank you.
Director Ja,
Okay, thanks.
Director Rekeho,
No questions.
Director Ortiz, Chairman Barclay,
No question.
Director Lee,
Thank you.
Director Eady,
No questions.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Rekeho, seconded by Director Eady, that this ordinance will be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja,
Yes.
Director Rekeho,
Yes.
Director Ortiz,
Yes.
Chairman Barclay, Director Jakes,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director Eady.
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 6.
Agenda item 6 is the review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services for bulk purchases of Ventra tickets. Tom.
Great, thank you. This IGA covers the sale and distribution of Ventra single ride, 1-day, 3-day, and 7-day limited use tickets to the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services. The proposed IGA will be for a term of 5 years, commencing on the date of the agreement. Through this IGA, Illinois DCFS purchases Ventra tickets to be distributed to its clients to provide transportation to and from various programs and appointments. The IGA provides that Illinois DCFS will reimburse the authority for each Ventra ticket provided to them, and the agreement can be canceled by either party. Renewal of this IGA allows CTA to continue to provide cost-effective transportation and removes barriers for Illinois DCFS clients in getting to and from classes, as well as extracurricular activities and appointments. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have no questions, Tom.
Director Ja,
No questions.
Director Rekeho, Director Ortiz, Chairman Barclay,
No question.
Director Lee, Director Eady,
No question.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item will be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 7.
Agenda item 7 is a review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement, Cook County Assessor's Office to access geographic information system data. Molly Poppy.
Good morning, directors. Molly Poppy, Chief Planning and Innovation Officer for the CTA. Department of Planning and Innovation is seeking the board's favorable approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the CTA and the Cook County Assessor's Office that enables access to Geographic Information System, or GIS data, including access to assessment value, property images, aerial photos, ownership information, and other data. Access to this robust data source helps keep the CTA's data and GIS up to date and supports processes for creating and viewing maps and analyzing geographic data. There is no cost to the CTA to access this data from the county. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, Molly? Thank you.
Director Ja?
No questions.
Director Recajo? Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
No questions.
Director Lee?
No questions.
Director Eady?
No questions.
Director Jakes, there are no questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee? Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 8.
Agenda item 8 is a review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with a regional transportation authority for access to an aerial photography subscription. Molly.
Molly Poppy, Chief Planning and Innovation Officer. The Department of Planning and Innovation is seeking the board's favorable approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the Regional Transit Authority, RTA, and CTA for access to near map data. RTA contracted with Nearmap to provide high-resolution aerial photography of the region. The IGA would allow CTA to access this high-resolution photography through 2028. The Nearmap images will be utilized in the CTA's ESRI application to support analysis of infrastructure, review change in environmental conditions, review proposed bus stops and bus stop changes, and many other uses. There's no cost to the CTA to access this data from Nearmap. Please let me know if you have any questions.
I have no questions, Molly. Thank you.
Director Ja?
No questions.
Director Recajo?
No questions.
Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
No questions.
Director Jakes? I'm sorry. You have no question. Director Lee?
Love no cost things. No question.
Director Eady?
No question.
Director Jakes, there are no questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 9.
Agenda item 9 is the review of an ordinance authorizing intergovernmental agreement with the General Services Administration through its Technology Transformation Services for consulting services from Office of 18F. Molly.
Molly Poppy, Chief Planning and Innovation Officer, and I'm joined by Kara Bader, the Vice President of Strategy and Innovation. CTA is seeking favorable approval of an intergovernmental agreement for consulting services from 18F, a division of the Federal General Services Administration, or GSA. This IGA will support the identification and development of a unified process for receiving, managing, tracking, and ensuring timely response to customer feedback. The CTA has heard from our writers and this board about the need to improve transparency around our service, ensure accountability for addressing customer and complaints, and investing in enhancing and modernizing the writer experience. We believe this IGA is a critical down payment toward addressing that feedback. 18F is a digital consulting agency within the GSA that has worked with over 40 federal, state, and local government entities to redefine processes, build technology tools, buy new technology tools, and design public services. The project team will include a mix of project managers, designers, and project-specific technical experts. 18F provides a unique opportunity to utilize experienced professionals with a keen understanding of the unique challenges within large legacy government organizations and has a proven track record of delivering business process transformation and technology implementation within major government entities. The 18-month engagement will include a development of a roadmap for evolving our current customer service processes from a one-way communication channel that relies on laborious, duplicative internal processes that are often disconnected to an ideal final state of an organized customer feedback process that ensures everything is tracked, measured, and organized to support better decision-making and ensure customers are heard. 18F will begin by engaging with our customers and employees to understand their needs and expectations. We know it's important to many board members that this process and the final outcome is fully informed by our writers, and we are committed to ensuring the writer and our frontline employees are engaged throughout the process. From there, 18F will review our current technology capabilities and current tools. 18F will consider a suite of potential options based on our core goals, including leveraging current systems and technology, or looking at custom builds or off-the-shelf solutions. As part of this consideration, 18F will define a technology stack that will integrate with our IT infrastructure, as well as look to define any necessary changes to our existing infrastructure, IT infrastructure, to ensure effective integration. 18F will be our partner throughout the procurement process, and lastly, they will assist with the implementation of these technology tools and support management and frontline employees in the successful deployment and adoption across CTA. The 18-month engagement is not to exceed $1.69 million. Thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to taking any questions.
So thank you for that, Molly. I have a few questions.
Yeah.
One, who would we know that's using 18F? And that's question one. How successful have they been? That's question two. Question three. You can't hear me? Okay. Question one. Well, when you get my age, I don't remember question one.
Who have they worked with? Have they been successful? I started writing it down because I recognized this was a three-part question and I got nervous.
Have they worked with?
Yep.
Second question was,
How successful?
that's how successful are they? The third question is, in this, is if it's not working within 6 months, is there a termination clause in there for us? And then fourth, do we have anyone currently with CTA? How have we been doing this prior to this being offered as a possible, if it's approved, alternative to what we've been using?
Okay, I'm gonna work backwards. I'm gonna do question 4, and then I'm gonna have Kara do 1 through 3, if that's okay.
That works.
Great. So how we handle customer service today, we have a few customer service channels. You can call basically between business hours, Monday through Friday. You can submit an email, or you can submit a chat through CTA. And what happens today is when you call customer service, we have a really great customer service team that has to go through multiple processes just to make sure that people are getting the information on the front line. So if someone calls, it's logged into the city's 311 system, so we get a tracking number. That's our only access to the city's 311 system. We get a tracking number. We can't use the city's 311 system to then assign it to, hey, Molly, you need to go do this work because it's a planning issue. So then what happens is our customer service team sends an email to the department who's responsible for handling the customer complaint. And then from there, the departments all have disparate processes that they use. Some of them use SharePoint to follow. Some of them use Excel. Some of them use just sort of email. Sometimes it gets logged in our Infor system or our MIM system. or, we have a ServiceNow system with Cubic, with the Ventra system. As you can see, it gets logged in. And then at some point there is a response back from the departments. And that's not always, there might not always be a response back to customer service. So then the question becomes, there's probably not always a response back to the customer. Again, our customer service team does a really good job of trying to ensure that there's always a response back to the customer. But when you have this disparate process to say, hey, I sent an email, and then you're basically tracking people down over email, asking them, did you address this pass up, or did you address this broken window? It can create challenges in entering it and tracking it, where if there was a unified, it could even be automated. That's something that we've worked on with the chatbot and the facilities team, and they start taking action. But it does create that duplicate where it's not convenient to submit feedback. You don't take the time. The teams that have been we're a major corporation that has all this funding to do all these fun service technology, the field team, and these types of products, business transformations in other entities know how to do hard process transformation. They understand how to that important, knowledge base and how to actually make it work.
Worked with, do we know that they've been successful, and what happens if they're doing a bad job? So we know that they've worked with multiple clients at the federal level, including the Department of Justice and the IRS. They've worked with multiple state entities, including the Alaska Department of Health and Human Services, and I'll talk about that project, as well as a few local government entities, including the Denver Department of Transportation on a public way management project. Thinking through the Alaska example, they helped the state of Alaska unify their digital systems to qualify individuals for public health benefits. Many of those systems are often very fragmented, leveraging legacy tools that have been determined by federal HHS regulations. There are often bespoke vendors that basically give themselves a niche where you have to use that tool for year in, year out. And then the way that we've changed in terms of what we understand barriers individuals face to enrollment in public benefits are not often considered when you're using those legacy systems. So they partnered with the state of Alaska, DHS, to figure out how can we modernize this process and get to a better outcome for our residents in healthcare. And the staff testimonials that we read from their leadership, I think spoke to what Molly spoke to, why we want to partner with them. They really brought a fresh eye to the process, marrying what is the outcome we want to see for our residents or our customers with the fragmented technology landscape that we have as a public sector entity, and then helping to navigate paths forward, recognizing that pure private sector consultancies often bias towards either one new system that'll fully wreck everything and move on, which can be really hard for transformation in the public sector, or continuing to band-aid a system with custom work that's just really not achieving what you need to do. On the federal side, the IRS projects around tax filing and understanding of those tools, I think, have been well received by the public. And the Department of Justice project was about streamlining the back-end process for responding to EEO complaints. I think Director Lee actually in one of the discussions mentioned that that process still isn't perfect. And I think it's a great example that we're not assuming that the technology tool will solve every problem that we have with processes, accountability, making sure that people follow through, but the tool will help give us transparency into that and an even playing field to understand how follow-up is occurring, how we can set even standards to improve areas that are lagging and create greater two-way transparency for our riders. This is the first sector project that they've done with a transit agency specifically, and we think that that's relatively innovative. But like I said, they've worked with the Denver Department of Transportation on the local level. They're also currently in conversations with the state of Illinois about certain engagements. I don't think I'll share more because those haven't been executed and, things fall apart all the time. But we know that within this space, they've also considered and talked to people at the local level, and they have locally based staff. I think other indicators of their success, they do have bipartisan support as a member of a federal agency. They were initiated in the Obama administration, but they've survived subsequent administrations. And I think it is that combination of being a fee-for-service model, right? You bring expertise to the table, and we are paying for that expertise. I think that's important, but that sustains them as a part of the federal government. Now, best intentions, best plans, things happen. It's a milestone-based scope. So if we get into this and we figure out like this just really isn't working, either we weren't ready for it or, their description was all smoke and mirrors, we can end at different phases of the project and walk away. And frankly, I think the fact that this is with a government entity makes that a lot easier than maybe if it were a purely private partner and we might have to deal with things like termination for investments that they made, other plans, et cetera. And Molly mentioned, all options are on the table. So if it is determined that the best course of action is not a procurement, we have phased in here things like post-procurement support, training, implementation. We obviously wouldn't engage those components of the scope, and then we wouldn't incur those costs. Okay, I think I addressed your questions. Let me know if not. I haven't had all my coffee this morning, so glad we took the notes.
Was 18F the only company that you sought? Or was this competitive bidding?
This wasn't competitively bid for this IGA. 18F was the only type of organization that does this combination of sort of public-private engagement. I mean, maybe you can, Molly, you can talk about the other alternatives we did consider though.
Yeah, so we did consider some private alternatives, and we did look at what other entities have done. We've looked at what the city's done, what others have done around this, and we found that some of the private entities, as Kara mentioned, they often say, okay, we are X shop. So as a private consulting firm, we work with X technology. And so when they come in and do consulting services, they can often lead you towards one type of technology because that's what they're familiar with from a consulting side. And so we really liked this approach that 18F was independent. They didn't have a technology product that they liked, and they also had been that real understanding of how governments operate.
I think the only thing I would add is we did talk to them about their price proposal in the scope. And they indicated that they regularly audit their pricing for their team and engagements compared to the private market. And they feel that they are relatively in line with what a purely private consultancy would offer. They did recently actually adjust their pricing down. And so I think there's honesty and transparency there that this isn't a free project, and we know that, but they also have their own controls internally to make sure that the expertise that they bring to the table and what they're charging for it is both fair, but valuing the work and skill set that they offer.
Has there been conversation with the Citizens Advisory Board?
Not yet. That is something that as we bring on board 18F, the Citizen Advisory Board would be one of the key groups that we would engage with. We did have a meeting with the ADA Advisory Board on Monday, and we did hear from the ADA Advisory Board asking a lot of questions about the chatbot and asking questions about follow-up. So the ADA Advisory Board has given us feedback. We've heard similar feedback from the Citizens Advisory Board in the past. So those two boards specifically, as well as other writers and other stakeholders, will be engaged.
And this is my last question, because we're talking about 1.69 million.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if, Tom, you may want to address this. What bucket is this money coming out of? And I asked that question because on one hand, yes, we definitely want to make sure that we are maximizing every opportunity to be customer service friendly and respond to our riders in time of passion and other things. On the other hand, for the past year or so, myself along with my colleagues and our president are concerned about the fiscal cliff. So where's this money coming from?
Yeah, thanks, Director Jakes. Obviously, we're keeping a close eye on all of our expenditures, and you see the top level lines, but those obviously go down many different sub levels. This falls into that other expenses bucket under those contractual services line, the one that's been positive, sort of at the bottom of the expenses line that you've looked at. The budget, this is in the budget for next year. So in that other expenses line, I think we have 190 million for contractual services actually it's 193 because we transferred some in there. So it's 193 million in that approved bucket for next year under other expenses.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm done.
That's right. Thank you, Director Jakes.
We'll take questions from other members of the board. Director Jha?
I don't have additional questions because I know we've been included in the conversation. I do have my concerns around the duration of this project and what it delivers at the end of it as an outcome for the money that we're spending. And I don't think I've heard anything specific around addressing those, so I'm gonna leave that out, but I still maintain that 18 months is a long time. I think what we need for customer journey is something quick and not something that's gonna take us through the 18 months to just understand what tools we're gonna use or what procurement process we're gonna go through. So I don't have any additional questions, because Molly, thank you. You guys have been very patient with my questions, but my concerns are still unaddressed, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, one clarifying point, the 18-month does include the procurement process as well. So it does include a portion of the procurement process as well. So
I understand that, but there's that we are at the end of the 18 months, there's no significant outcome we have delivered besides understanding what the interviews provide us and whether we're consolidating or using a technology. And then that's just not aligned with my understanding. So thank you.
Director Requejo.
Yes, so first of all, I want to show my appreciation to the team for taking this issue seriously, because our customer relations service leaves a lot to be desired, and a big problem with that is eroding the trust of our riders. So taking this seriously is really important. I'm going to try to transform Director Ja's comment to a question, which is, I know how long these processes take and how complex our agency is. I assume there is the 18 months of the contract, there is then the procurement that you mentioned, there is the implementation. So getting to the final destination of some of these priorities is going to take years, right? Yeah. So I guess my question is, in the meantime, what do we have cooking? What are some of the things that our riders can feel excited about that will help us incrementally, perhaps, improve some of these issues, and especially the one that is about people feeling heard when they have a problem, whether it's a small problem around cleanliness or discomfort, or a big problem around security, or, transit doesn't show up sometimes, all those things. So what can we offer, I guess, during the journey of this contract to keep people engaged and show a message that we do hear you and we are working on it?
yeah, and so something that the board approved last year and that we're going to look to continue to build on is that chatbot. So we have the chatbot today. The chatbot always very frank. It is a one-way communication channel. It's not that two-way communication channel that the ideal state that I know the agency wants, the riders want, and the board wants. And so as we move forward this year, we also are looking to continue to build out that chatbot. How do we add more features to the chatbot? So more more communications instances. How do we also look to ensure that we are starting to build those processes internally to respond to those chatbot? We do have responses today that occur I would say when staff's available on an ad hoc basis. So if there is smoking reported through the chatbot, we do have processes where the operator will make an announcement and say, hey, stop smoking on the train. And that has gotten really positive feedback from the riders when they hear it, but they're not hearing it all the time. And so that's really what we're trying to work up to, is how do we continue to focus on, we get customer complaints and doing those responses. I think smoking is a key focus that addresses cleanliness. It really is that intersection of cleanliness, security, and customer comfort. So that's one key piece that we're going after, is continuing to invest in the chatbot. And I think what you all saw from the chatbot from when you authorized it to when we launched it, I think it was 5 months, 6 months. How long was it? I think that's about right, about 5 to 6 months. So, and that was limited in scope. It's not as big as this particular project that we're talking about, but we've shown that we can be agile and quick. And so that's what we're going to continue to do. We're going to continue to look at that chatbot, continue to look at ways that we can involve the customer communication through there the tools and tactics we have today, as we look at that, what is that holistic strategy. Is there anything I missed?
I think one thing I would add is that this project in and of itself is a great example of how we can bring our riders along into the development of a tool and strategy that is meant for the riders. And so the budget that exists within the scope for rider engagement, that's compensated time, right? To understand what are the problems that you have right now. What would you like to see out of a communication tool that enhances your experience, and have those touch points with the riders at a regular cadence as we move on to then what's the intervention and solution. One thing we often hear is, we're telling you all this information. What are you doing with it? What's the next step? This is a great example of they can be brought along in the next step and understand that if the outcome is the development of a new tool, that a certain set of riders and how we invite those riders to be in the process, they got to see that happening and they got to see their voice being involved in the way that we then made a decision and implemented something new. And I think that's something that the board has said and we have heard riders want to see more, not only telling us stuff, but then being involved in the process of how we make a decision and take that feedback.
Thanks. And so I'm understanding the riders should expect more and better chat in this incoming year and fixing some of the glitches, etc. Last time we met, we approved, or the time before, I think, we approved an allocation of $3.3 million for pilot safety solutions. A lot of our customer issues, concerns are around security. Could it be possible to use some of those dollars to test, implement solutions to address, the issue that we have a, 3-year probably trajectory with this big contract? In the meantime, can we use some of that pilot dollar to address some of these customer relations issues?
Yeah, so, I know that there's ongoing discussions about the use of the 3.3 million. I know there's work to bring on a consultant to address the community engagement and look at this problem holistically. So what I would say is, as the board and the riders continue to talk to us, we are open to supporting what is coming out of those conversations and what is coming out of what the riders are saying. So, I will never say, no, we don't want to do another project. I think my team knows that. I'm like, yes, let's find something new. Let's keep pushing. So yes, I would say the 3.3 million, if there is something that's identified from the riders that, innovation and planning can support, we're 100% at the table and think part of the security strategy I know is about how do we take customer feedback and address that in a timely manner.
Director, let me just put a finer point on that.
President Carter, Vita, his microphone does not sound like it's on to me. Okay.
So let me put a finer point on that. The short answer is yes. 3.3 million is available for us to pursue any initiatives that we think will be supportive of that conversation, including short-term. And I think we certainly heard the board wanting us to do things sooner rather than later in that regard. I know that there is going to be some interaction with the consultant we brought in to make sure we're getting the right input, both from the board, but also from our stakeholders and the public. But all of that will feed into action items that we will take, and we'll continue to keep the board informed on the progress of that throughout the year.
Great to hear. And just finally, just a commendation, because I don't know if it came through the fact that maybe for the first time or one of the first times that we are going to compensate riders and community groups that inform the process for their time and their expertise. This is something that is not easy to do with, public money, and I wanted to show my appreciation taking that recommendation from the transit advocacy work that's been trying to make this happen for a while. And just finally, a reminder that it's great to engage community and riders, but it's also even more important not just to engage, inform, consult, but to integrate them in the decision-making and the governance of the project. So I know you're taking that seriously too. I would love to see how more formally how will those voices be not only informing and consulting, but also deciding to testing things and making sure that what comes out is fully embraced then by our riders. So thank you both.
Director Ortiz.
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to share sort of these feelings of conflict, right? As a planner, I very much know that things take time and you need to assess and you need to understand, but it is hard to think about this entire process leading up to here's what you should do as a deliverable. So that's where I have a real challenge to kind of support this. I value your willingness to tackle this. This is, no small task for sure. This is something that's been desired for a long time. And so I recognize that takes a lot of courage, and it's a heavy weight to carry on. It just continues to be a bit of a conflict with sort of the time frame and the deliverables, and in terms of the actual implementation of this work, is a bit of a challenge to try to figure out what is the right step, especially with the timing that we're at right now. So I just wanted to share both. Thank you for your commitment to making big changes. I think they're obviously necessary and important. It still feels a little off in some ways, but thank you as well for all of your work on this.
Chairman Barclay?
As well, I want to thank you for going back and fine tuning this degree. I think you put a lot of work and effort in. And I know that it takes time. Customer communication is key to our service, and ensuring that we are responding to our customers in a timely manner is very important. I see this as a step-by-step process leading to that. And so I know this is a challenge, but I do support it with the understanding that we're going to get there, that it's a step-by-step process. For me, my major concern is when someone makes a complaint, let's say somebody's smoking on the train next to them, it's one thing to, report that, but ultimately, and for us to respond immediately, but ultimately, they want the cigarette out. I want that person to not smoke on the train. And to me, that's where I need to get to. And that's where this needs to lead to. So it's not just somebody making a complaint, so us responding. Ultimately, that's the solution to basically getting what needs to be done, taken care of. But I do understand that this is a stage process, and I do support.
Thank you, Chair. Director Lee?
All right, well, glad that we are moving forward with this. I'm also very supportive, echoing everyone else's comments, but agree that the timeline could be, if possible, tightened. But also would urge that, as us as an authority, don't let the other departments, as we're waiting for these 18 months, to not push them. We thank you for recognizing the systems are disparate. Everyone's using different tools. We have to continue to keep pushing, even during this time, looking for new tools that we got to tighten stuff up, because to everyone else's point, this is not okay that we're not being as responsive as we can be. And I myself as a writer feel this sometimes. So just challenge that y'all, we keep pushing even though we're moving forward with the project. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Director Eady?
Yes, well, I would just have to say certainly the inquiries that have already been made represent, I believe, the sentiments of each of us. And we just commend the efforts that are going into getting feedback. It's vitally important that we are servicing the customers and meeting their expectations. So beyond that, I think I would have nothing additional to add.
Thank you, Director.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Eady?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
May I abstain?
Parliamentarian? Yes.
Thank you.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ja?
No.
Director Jakes, the vote passes with 5 yes votes, 1 abstention, and 1 no vote noted for the record.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 10 is the review of an ordinance authorizing the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Oak Park, who is the Department of Police for police security. Kevin Ryan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Kevin Ryan, Vice President of Security. I'm coming to the board to present an ordinance for the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Oak Park through its Department of Police for police security. CTA wishes to renew this intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Oak Park to provide police security services on CTA property within its jurisdiction. The new IGA is for a term of 3 years and a total of $968,916. The security services under this IGA will be provided by off-duty sworn police officers who sign up to police the CTA system on their days off. Services will be done at one flat rate negotiated by Oak Park with their police officers. Happy to answer any questions.
Kevin, so the Village of Oak Park, if something happens, does our agency, Oak Park Police, will have the authority to arrest and then they turn them over to Chicago? How does that work?
It would be processed as like a normal arrest or incident occurring within their jurisdiction. So it would be sent to their courts.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Director Ja, any questions? Director Rekejo, any questions?
Yes, I was surprised when I was reviewing the materials that, if I'm reading correctly, the contract had $300,000 plus this year, and only 62,000 were spent, so about 20%. And I saw same situation with the Forest Park contract where we had about 95,000 to spend and only 17,000 were drawn. So I wanted to understand better why is that, and if we are not using these services, what else is available for security purposes in those jurisdictions?
Basically, it's the amount of officers that sign up. So they don't get the money regardless, the township. It's only what they sign up and actually work they get paid for. I can't speak for the municipalities involved per se, but normally it boils down to manpower availability. They probably, they may be experiencing manpower shortages where they're using their personnel to patrol their own townships first. So it does fluctuate from year to year. And as you noticed with the other contracts as well, they're all under. Evanston is almost at its normal rate.
Yeah, I noticed a difference there. Still concerned though, because I'm guessing we're setting aside these amounts, kind of guessing or estimating what we need. And then we put that out there available. So the resources are here, but then that department, for those reasons, manpower issues, is not necessarily using the resources. So I guess the question is, do you feel that we're well covered in this model? And if not, what else is available? What else could we provide or use these funds for that is not police, since these two districts in particular seem to have manpower issues?
I believe when the staffing is available, it is adequate for those townships. They do a pretty good job. I believe also that they've seen some increases in availability. We've got real good relationships with those departments. Forest Park, for example, we aren't talking about Forest Park right now, but they are adding on-duty response capability that we discussed the other day for the additions we're putting in the Forest Park Station. And in addition, the president and our office has reached out to other law enforcement agencies, Cook County Sheriff, for example, which also is added patrols in the area to supplement our service availability though in those locations.
Got it. So if I understand correctly, our contract is just one piece of what's available to provide security in those districts. Yes. They also patrol and serve through their own.
Yes, that's a really good point. It's the only service we get from these suburbs and the city, for that example, is not limited to what we're paying for the special employment. These are off-duty officers signing up to supplement the normal patrols that are done by those townships and the city of Chicago.
Got it. Thanks.
Director Ortiz?
No questions.
Chairman Barclay?
So if we don't have officers from these suburbs that are patrolling, that means that we do have a void in our security to some degree, right?
Somewhat, they aren't assigned specifically to the station, but the suburb still does respond to our facilities and incidents occurring in their suburbs with on-duty personnel.
So the funds that they're not using, they're only using a percentage, 20%, 30%. Those could be allocated to additional security. Am I correct?
That would be more of a finance question, but yes, they go back into our fund, so they aren't spent. Yes, sir.
So, I mean, what are we doing creatively? Because customers are concerned. And if we could have more policing, more security on the system, rather than not spending the money that's allocated for that, I think our customers would appreciate that.
As I indicated, I believe when the negotiations were going on for the new IGAs, I believe the suburbs were indicating they were having more personnel available to fill that this year. Also, if I see a gap and I can't just switch those one bank to the other, I have reached out to other agencies that do patrol the area, for instance, the county sheriff that does do additional patrols at, for example, Forest Park. They do additional patrols specifically targeting our station at Forest Park. So that's one of the things we've added in.
That's right. To what degree and I'm going to switch just a little bit to CPD. To what degree are our CPD officers taking advantage of the overtime program? What percentage of the budget that you've allocated for that?
Pretty much 100%.
Of their overtime?
Yes, sir.
They're riding our trains?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further.
Mr. Chairman, just one other point to your question about CPD. You may recall maybe a year or two ago, we amended our voluntary special employment program and significantly increased the rates for officers to sign up and volunteer for this. I think prior to that, the level of participation was low. But with the increased pay that we now offer, that's much more in line with what other government agencies are doing. We've seen that increase as Kevin's pointing out to maximize the resources that they can provide to us. I think it is important to emphasize the broader point that Kevin was making, which is resource issues are an issue across the entire region for police officers. And it's not just the Chicago Police Department, it's all the police departments. Clearly, all of these programs are somewhat tied to resources that are available by these individual municipalities to provide officers to do this. And of course, the officer's willingness to actually sign up to do this work. We've taken care of what we can on our end, at least in terms of making it competitive for them to do it. That's not a guarantee that these officers will actually sign up to do the work or that there will be officers available to do the work. As Kevin indicated, that's one of the reasons he takes sort of a multi-layered approach to this conversation and looks to see where he can fill in the gaps with other regional forces like the sheriff's office, which obviously covers the entire county. It's not limited to just the city of Chicago or a particular village. But those resources are also limited to some degree. One of the reasons why I think the work we're going to be doing with the board and our stakeholders in terms of strategies to pursue the safety and security concerns is to see where else we should place resources that can be supplemental to the police resources to allow us to continue to address this problem, recognizing that it's a multi-layered, complicated discussion. It's going to require a coordinated approach amongst a number of different resources to provide the best coverage that we possibly can across a system that, as you know, covers multiple jurisdictions. I know a lot of people look at CJ as the city of Chicago, But as you know, we cover a number of the surrounding suburbs as well. And so that does complicate to some degree the efforts that we engage in.
Thank you. But I'm still concerned about CPD. If they're using 100% of the budget for overtime, because it's time and a half, right?
It is.
And we're still having some of the safety concerns that we're having before we entered into that contract. So I'd like to find out from you, maybe you can report back to us next month about the measurables. I want to know the impact. If we're spending this extra money, but we're not getting the full value for our riders as to concerns about safety and security, then I want to know about the effectiveness. Because it's one thing to sit on the train and ride and get an extra day's pay. But I mean, there are things that are going on that I see as a rider, and I'm sure the public sees, that they want some kind of intervention. They want to see something happen. They deserve that.
I can tell you, definitely get back to you with some measurables. I'll ask the police department to provide some crime stats. We've also increased the amount of personnel working daily on the system. And those officers now, Commander Asagera of the Public Transportation Section is running missions daily with groups of officers during rush hour, during the day, riding red and blue line, which is in addition to the coverage that is spread out on the system. So that's starting to provide some added visibility and some positive results with the officers actually on the trains. We've also added some of our security personnel riding trains during into the evening hours, specifically our K-9 teams to address some of the chronic problems going on at targeted locations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to repeat something that I've repeated in other board meetings, and I just want to keep reiterating that. Don't view the overtime program as a solution to whether there are adequate resources available to support policing on CTA. I have made this point in the past, and I'll make it again. Part of the issue here is there needs to be more police. That's not a BSEP issue. That's not an overtime issue. That is just a core group of people who patrol and who are assigned to support mass transit. We don't have enough officers, and we need more. And to your point, they need to be visible. That is a bigger issue that both the city of Chicago and our surrounding suburbs have to deal with as they tackle the need to hire more law enforcement to take on that issue. We are looking to obviously look at other alternatives beyond just policing to support that to some degree, and that's part of the work that we talked about that we're going to be pursuing. But I don't want to, sugarcoat the bottom line here, which is we need more police officers. You've heard those comments from public commenters who come in and spoken to the board. We know that from what we see in terms of the presence that they have on our system. And given the size of our system and given the geographic coverage of it, at the end of the day, if you don't have enough officers to do everything you want to do, you're going to have challenges.
Mr. Ryan, I know that there's been a relatively new person named to head up transportation for CPD. Can you extend an invitation to them to address the board?
Yes. He has indicated he would come here, and I believe I'm awaiting some further communication from the command staff concerning the letter that was sent previously. I was told that they'd be getting back to you on that.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Director Lee?
Not going to rehash everything, but I agree. We definitely need more police. And if there's any way to fix, to the point of we're not utilizing the entire allocated budget. If we can reallocate it somewhere else, we can find a way to be more effective and more efficient with the funds. Let's do that, because whatever is happening is not enough.
By the way, let me that question came up earlier and just to give you a response to it, yes, we can reallocate the money and spend it on other things. So if the money is not used for the IGA, that money can be reallocated by our budget department to support other activities or anything else that we believe that as a board you want to make a priority with the monies that are available.
At what point can that happen? Is that like halfway through our allocation of the year, or is it?
Well, I think we would look to the expertise of Kevin and his team about what they anticipate the overall funding to be over the course of the year. I don't want to say like halfway through one way or another, as Kevin indicated. You could have situations where there are other external factors that may be impacting the expenditures that may be corrected as the year goes forward. But I think it is safe to say that if there is a desire to want to reallocate those funds and we know we're not expending them, and I will make this point about any line item in our budget. And you hear the conversations about our positive budget variance and the fact that some of our expenses are coming in under budget, stuff like that. Those are always available to fund other activities that we believe are priority. One of the ones that it was used for this past year was obviously security. Because we were over expended in that area, we had to move money to basically cover those additional costs. But they can be expended for any number of things that the board feels are priorities as we go forward. And certainly Tom has the ability to give you updates on sort of what the expend rate is throughout the entire budget and where there are opportunities to move money if you decide you want to do that.
I think the one thing that I'd like to add to that conversation is kind of going back to what you were saying earlier is it would be very, very helpful if we can have a holistic plan, because what I hear is it's very siloed approach. Security is looking at things, security, innovation is looking at things, innovation, technology is looking at technology. If you look at the earlier conversation about customer journey and customer experience, security is a building block to that, technology is a building block to that, cleanliness is a block to that, timeliness is a block to that. And we really need to holistically look at all of this and what you're building from a CRM perspective. The holistic journey needs to include security as a part of that. And when we hear that for security, there needs to be a separate innovation discussion is what I think is the biggest concern to me, is because we're not working backwards from the end customer journey and experience and then filling in each piece of the pillar in terms of how it fits. And security is a big part of that conversation. If I don't feel safe and I'm reaching out, that's part of your customer journey, security needs to be part of the discussion on how we solve that. And maybe that piece of the solution is real time or near real time response versus if something is dirty in a station, maybe that can wait 24 hours, not 24 hours, maybe an hour, 2 hours. Versus if I'm not feeling safe, if I know there's something that I can reach at, that should be part of your journey mapping. And I think without holistically kind of laying that out, it's not going to be done in 3 months or 18 months. It's going to take a while, but there are low-hanging fruits as you have the roadmap defined. I bet you're going to find low-hanging fruits that can be implemented in 3 months. 6 months. And I think we need to kind of be nimble and understand, not lose the think big long-term vision of where we want to be. But what I'm not seeing is, yes, I know this is where I'm going, but in this journey, I'm going to get all of these things done 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. I think we need like a holistic plan. I mean, this is a great time, team, to bring your team together, bring innovation, tech, security, business, services in a room and look at your customer journey and then say, Kevin, where do you fit here? And then, use the SMEs, internal and external, to build that journey out. I would love to see what you come up with, because that's something that I think we've been talking a lot about. I just haven't seen anything. And I've not been here that long, but I think I've been here long enough to say that I've seen that. I think we keep asking the same question in very different ways. I think it's time that this team comes together as one and starts operating as one team versus like really, guys are siloing yourself, even in an innovation conversation. So I think that's my challenge. It's not just to you, but to the entire team. Is like, how do we come together as one team and really think about when I get on a bus and go home, how am I feeling? And that touches everything. That touches everything, not just one thing. So
Well,
I think we need to talk about that.
that is work that actually is underway. Exactly the point you made. And certainly there has been a discussion about exactly that from the moment you walk out the door, the moment you get to your destination. What is that experience? And where do we find the ways that we can support it? It obviously, as you point out, is a very complicated discussion. It does involve just about every department in CTA. And we need to do a better job, and we will, of starting to lay that out for you. But I have gotten presentations, particularly from Molly and her team, about the work we're doing to lay out exactly what you're talking about. And starting to understand that. The other thing you have to keep in mind is that priorities shift over time as we're dealing with these issues that we're talking about. And that does complicate this conversation, but it doesn't mean that we can't get to a place where we lay out the broader strategy of see and ultimately have that conversation with the board. Part of what we're going to be doing is having that conversation with you over the course of the next couple of months as we discuss the broader issue of the extra money that we have and how we're going to ultimately use it. That money, as you point out, can be used for any number of things. It is not allocated to just pure security related activities. And I think it can be the foundation for the broader conversation that you want to have as we start to lay out, this is what we're going to do and this is how we're prioritizing those efforts relative to the longer term strategies. And you're right, it's going to take, a year or longer to put it in place in order to make it work.
And it would add one thing, to your point, we are meeting every probably 2 weeks with the innovations team concerning the chat bot and how to respond to it. And we are putting some infrastructure in place with security and working with control center to be able to respond in a reasonable amount of time to chat bot issues that involve security or related issues. We're also looking into the possibility of getting the police department a feed for the chat bot. So bringing in outside resources as well. So those steps, very good point, are starting to take place. And we are meeting with Molly's team probably every 2 weeks.
Director Edie?
Sorry, I'm just unmuting. Yeah. Well, the big challenge for me in terms of what I was looking at, in terms of what the value of the contract and the amount being spent, et cetera, certainly it appears financially there's capacity there for some additional coverage. And it just has to be explored as to how to best utilize that and put the proper number of people in place to give customers to feel safe. So I think that just has to be explored, and whatever creative thoughts can be brought together around that area. It appears that resources are available. I think that should be a focus. So I wanted to raise that up.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions or comments.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Edie, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 11.
Agenda item 11 is the review of an ordinance authorizing the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Forest Park through its Department of Police for police security. Kevin Ryan.
Good morning. Once again, Kevin Ryan, Vice President of Security. This morning, I'm also presenting an ordinance for the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Forest Park through its Department of Police for police security. CTA wishes to renew the intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Forest Park to provide police security services on CTA property within its jurisdiction. The new IGA is for a term of 3 years and a total of $285,000. Security services under this IGA will be provided by off-duty sworn police officers who sign up to police the CTA system on their days off. The services will be at one flat rate negotiated by Forest Park with their police officers. Unless there are any questions, I can proceed to the next ordinance.
No, you can't.
Sorry.
Good try.
No, I have no questions, Kevin.
Director Ja, Director Requejo.
Trying to streamline it, I get it, yeah.
All my questions are the same that I presented prior department, so no questions.
Thank you. Director Ortiz.
Same, no additional questions to the previous conversation.
Chairman Barclay.
No question.
Director Lee.
Same questions, but hopefully there's some money that we can reallocate. Thank you.
Director Eady.
Same concerns, no additional question.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
May I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja.
Yes.
Director Requejo.
Yes.
Director Ortiz.
Yes.
Chairman Barclay.
Yes.
Director Jakes.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director Eady.
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 12.
Item 12 is IGA with City of Evanston. Kevin.
Good morning, Kevin Ryan, Vice President of Security. I am now presenting a third ordinance for the renewal of another intergovernmental agreement, this time with the City of Evanston through its Department of Police for police security. CTA wishes to renew this intergovernmental agreement with the City of Evanston to provide police security services on CTA property within its jurisdiction. The new IGA is also for a term of 3 years and a total of $795,000. Like with the other IGAs, the services are provided by officers who sign up to police CTA on their days off, and these are provided at one flat rate negotiated by Evanston with their police officers. Happy to answer any questions.
Kevin, if there's an incident where one of their off-duty officers, I'll use this as an example, get caught on the body cam doing something to a customer that is immoral and illegal, and the lawsuit happens, who takes the brunt of that? Is that CTA or is it the City of Evanston?
City of Evanston assumes liability. Okay. They maintain liability for the officers.
Okay, thank you. And that's for Evanston?
All the IGAs, sir.
Thank you.
Director Ja. Director Requejo.
No questions.
Director Ortiz.
No questions. Thank you for that question.
Chairman Barclay.
No questions.
Director Lee.
No further questions.
Director Eady.
No questions.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
May I now have leave to place this on the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja.
Yes.
Director Requejo.
Yes.
Director Ortiz.
Yes.
Chairman Barclay.
Yes.
Director Jakes.
Yes.
Director Lee.
Yes.
Director Eady.
Yes.
The motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item number 13.
Agenda item 13 is the review of an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago through its Department of Police for FY 2023 Transit Security Grant Funds.
Good morning. Kevin Ryan, Vice President of Security. Staff recommends an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago through its Department of Police for federal fiscal year 2023 Transit Security Grant Funds. The Transit Security Grant Program is an annual program that is part of the comprehensive set of measures authorized by Congress to help strengthen the nation's critical infrastructure against risks associated with potential terrorist attacks. Staff recommends CTA enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the CPD to pass through $647,520 for fiscal year 2023 Department of Homeland Security funds for transit-related anti-terrorism operations. CPD is the primary transit security provider for the CTA and therefore eligible for reimbursement of operational costs that apply to counterterrorism. Funds for CPD's projects will be passed through the CTA to the CPD and will have no impact on the CTA budget. Equal amounts of revenue and expenses and the value of the grant amount are added as non-capital grant funds. Happy to answer any questions.
No, I have no questions, Kevin.
Director Ja?
No question.
Director Recajo?
No question.
Director Ortiz?
No questions.
Chairman Barclay? Director Lee?
No questions.
Director Eady?
No question.
Director Jakes, there are no further questions.
I now have leave to place this item on the omnibus for board approval.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Eady, that this item be placed on the omnibus for board approval. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Director Jakes, the motion passes. You may now proceed to agenda item number 14.
Thank you, Officer Ryan. Our next order of business today is the review of contract number B1, which is a contract award for infrastructure. I have no questions.
Does any other member of the board have a question regarding contract B1, contract award for infrastructure? Director Jakes, there are no questions regarding contract award B1.
Our next order of business is the review of contract number H1, which is a contract award for safety. I have no questions.
Does any other member of the board have a question regarding or comment regarding contract H1 for safety?
Yes,
Director Recajo?
I do. So first of all, just to clarify, is this the $89.6 million contract for security guards with canines?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
I'll clarify.
Just for transparency purpose, I think be helpful. So this is the contract that will pay for 2 years the services that are provided for security of the people who are patrolling stations and station areas with the assistance of dogs.
2 years, yes.
3 years. Okay. So it's a large amount, and it's a very important piece of this array of services that we just talked about, which has this multi-layer and sometimes difficult to navigate approach to security. I'll start by saying that my experience with this particular layer of security has been overall good, but I've also noticed that the visibility is not consistent throughout the system. And my understanding is that they are allocated to certain stations that seem to have more activity and not to others. So I would like to understand a bit better how those decisions are made, and also how can we provide a more consistent experience of this particular layer throughout the system.
We can follow up with you on that. I'm aware of your comment. And there are obviously a lot of factors to go into how to deploy those services. But I would agree that trying to find a way to show broader visibility throughout the system is a good idea. And I think the issue will be resources necessary to create that kind of coverage. And the fact that we may have to come back at a later date today, but at a later date to have that conversation as we pursue that kind of strategy.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, there is space in the negotiation process to sit down with this contractor and think about what the deployment strategy would be in a way that would be different from what's going on right now. Where, just as an example, I want this to be clear. As an example, I have never seen them inside of a train car. And then I have talked to folks that have told me the very same thing. And then when I look at the results, they seem to be positive results of these, this particular company. So I'm excited about renewing, but I also want to make sure that exceptions in some cases of this not being deployed universally, especially if we have a good contractor that is providing the service.
So to address that specific issue, one, the contract is more for hours and general duties. We can assign them as we pretty much assign them as we wish. Previously, you're correct. I did not want the canines on rail cars. For obvious reasons, for when you have a crowded car, I think it stresses out the canine too much. It puts them in a bad position. But we have started now, probably the last couple of months, probably three months, putting canine teams on the system after rush hour during midnights and afternoons. Kind of see how it goes, see if there's any complaints from customers, see if there's any issues with the canines themselves, and expand it out from there. So yes, we are starting that process, and we are starting to look at, as I said during the briefings, they were operating under an emergency contract, and he was, now that he's got a 2-year window, he's operating in Quest and moving them around, becoming more nimble and more able, are on the table for consideration and schedule, and then we can start doing.
I appreciate that clarification, and also for transparency. When I bring issues here that we cover in the briefings is because the general public doesn't know that we pose questions, and when there are issues like this one that are really important for people, like safety, I want to make sure that people know out there, as I was explaining to Molly before, that we are working on things, we're changing things, right? We're expanding what's working, we're stopping what's not working. And my understanding now is that there is space in this contract not to continue doing the very same thing, but to reassess deployments, visibility, and include inside of the car presence of these folks.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also add, it would be great to see them in the bus stations as well as like, the higher visibility areas where a lot more riders are. And I will say also, rush hour might be the time we need it the most, honestly. Just a lot of people happening, a lot of people on different trains and buses, and things are not always as they should. So we need all the help we can get.
Director Jakes, I think there are no further questions on contract H1.
Since there are no further questions on the contracts, may I have leave to place the 2 contracts on the omnibus?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Eady, that the 2 contracts be placed on the omnibus. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Motion passes. Director Jakes, you may now proceed to agenda item 14B.
Since there is no further business to come before the committee, may I have a motion to approve the omnibus and recommend the omnibus for board approval?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Eady, that the omnibus be approved and recommended for board approval. We will take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Director Jakes, the motion passes. You may now proceed to agenda item number 15.
Before we get to item 15, I have this is a comment I want to make, and then I'll turn it over to our chairman. And the comment that I want to offer is when I listen to my colleagues and when we've talked offline, clearly we have not talked together as a group, because that would violate the open meeting laws.
Thank you, sir.
But what I'm hearing, and I like for us, especially this being a new year, is for us not to give information and then we ask for things and we're not getting them. Because when I'm listening to the board members speak, what I'm hearing is when I boil the meat off the bone, what I'm hearing is we asked, we're not getting, and then we bring it up again the next month. So I would like for us to be very intentional about making sure that the information that board members ask for either collectively or individually are given to each board member. Because we do not want to give the appearance, or there is already an appearance, that we're a rubber stamp board, and we're not a rubber stamp board. And I know those of you that work with us know that. But it also becomes a little cumbersome when there's an ask 2, 3, 4 months of asking for the same thing. So I like for us to work together and be more conscious of that. That's my ask. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Jakes. Before we adjourn, I'd like to acknowledge some recent retirements of CTA members that appear before this committee. Of course, there's one recent announcement that we received, and we'll deal with that during the board meeting.
Thank you. It's been great being here.
Yes. No, not you.
No.
But I want to acknowledge Nancy Ellen Sussman, Chief Safety and Security Officer, as she's departing from the CTA. Brian Robinson, Mechanical Officer and former Compto President, and Geisha Esther, Vice President of Training and Workforce Development. On behalf of the board, I want to thank them for their dedicated services to the CTA. Thank you very much.
And finally, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Eady, that the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget meeting for Wednesday, January 15, 2025 be adjourned. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes.
We're adjourned.
Morning. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Chicago Transit Board for January 15, 2025. Georgette, please call the roll.
Director Ja? Here. Director Recajo? Present. Director Ortiz?
Here.
Chairman Barclay?
Here.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Here.
Chairman Barclay, you have a quorum.
We've been advised prior to today's meeting that Director Eady would be unable to attend this meeting in person due to a travel obligation connected to a work commitment. Chair will entertain a motion to permit Director Eady to participate in this meeting remotely.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee, and Director Eady be allowed to participate in the regular board meeting for the Chicago Transit Authority Board for January 15th remotely. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja? Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz? Yes. Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Director Eady, welcome to the meeting.
And thank you all so very much.
Our next,
Chairman Barclay?
yes.
Director Recajo is standing.
Chairman Barclay, I move that we amend the regular agenda for today's meeting and change the order of said agenda in the following manner. First, that we move the president's report to the end of the agenda before new business. Second, that we move the construction report to the top of the agenda after the public comments. And third, that the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee meeting report be moved and heard after agenda item number 5 and before board matters, which is agenda item number 6.
Director Lee?
So second? Second. Sorry. What's going on
Moved
today?
by Director Recajo that the meeting agenda be amended and seconded by Director Lee. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja? Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee? Yes. Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Our next order of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of December 11, 2024. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Requejo, seconded by Director Lee, that the minutes for the regular board meeting of December 11th, 2024 be approved. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Requejo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Our next order of business is public comment. Georgette?
Mr. Chairman, we had 5 registered public comments. I believe we have 3 persons who registered who are here, and I will call them now. I will first of all say thank you to our public commentators for coming in today for our meeting, and I will remind you that you have 3 minutes to speak. Trudy Leon from, is it Rogers Park?
Rogers Park Chamber of Commerce.
Rogers Park Chamber of Commerce. And you may start now.
Okay, good morning, board members. Again, I am Trudy Leong, administrator at the Rogers Park Chamber of Commerce. I work with Bill Morton. He's the president of the Rogers Park Chamber of Commerce. And we also want to acknowledge one of our constituents, Adam Mack. He is so happy that the CTA service has returned to normal after the pandemic. As for the other business, is there has been a union steward that from Amalgamated Transit Union Local 308 plus, and he can't appear before you because he is working. So there are a couple of issues about. First of all, is the second chance workers. He is very concerned that they bring it to him that they and some other CTA employees, they're not being well supported and trained by CTA. They have to work with dangerous chemicals and they are getting injured. Second is that there are not enough employees to assign to the work. For instance, at the Howard station and at the end of the line, one employee has to clean 8 cars and they're only given 2 minutes to do it. And so that's why trains are sometimes very dirty. Bill and I ride the CTA all the time. We love the CTA, but however, it's very, very hard to find a good seat, especially on the trains. And then he is very concerned about arbitrary write-ups that lead to firings because a certain amount of write-ups and the employees are fired. And we asked him why, and then he said that it's hire to fire because of to save money on pensions. And in addition, a lot of the CTA workers, half of their paycheck is going into deductions, so they really don't have enough money to live on, and they have to get second jobs or third jobs in order to support their families. A lot of them are homeless, and they are living on the CTA, and also their families are living on the CTA. Which leads us to 3 conditions that we personally saw on the CTA. I have the dates and the conditions, and later.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there was a hole in the bus floor, and then some CTA doors, train doors, were not opening, and that led to a lot of confusion, and I had to go to, okay, thank you. If any questions? I will send you, I could, if you want, send you a transcript and a recording of our talk with the union steward.
Ms. Leon, please feel free to send that to the board office. We will make sure it's distributed.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it's Naki McMullen. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Naki McMullen. I live car-free in Evanston with my wife and my 8-year-old daughter. We rely mainly on CTA 201 and the Purple Line for transportation. And I am here today to speak on the topic of the upcoming retirement of the current CTA president. First, I want to commend President Carter for his years of service at CTA, especially in his legacy of securing funding for the Red Line extension, which will be transformational for the Far South Side. However, under President Carter, CTA has badly deteriorated and I believe is currently in a state of crisis. I fell in love with Chicago when I first visited a decade ago, mainly because of the L. I grew up in Florida where public transit is basically non-existent. So it was amazing to visit Chicago and to be able to get around easily without a car. However, the CTA of today is not the CTA I fell in love with a decade ago. CTA used to be well-renowned for its operational excellence. Currently, it's very lacking in speed, reliability, and cleanliness. The Purple Line regularly only runs between 60 to 70% of scheduled trips. Canceled trips across the system are far too common. I never once encountered people smoking on public transit until I moved to Chicago. Now it's a regular occurrence on the Red Line. I'm trying to teach my daughter the joys and freedom of reliable rapid transit. I am a huge advocate for sustainable transportation. However, I believe with the current state of the trains, she might grow up to have a negative perception of public transit due to the issues with cleanliness and smoking and the waits in the bitter cold that are far too long compared to scheduled service. Washington Metro a decade ago was falling apart like the CTA is now, but thanks to the excellent leadership from their new president, Randy Clark, a leader with a clear passion for public transit who rides them regularly, Metro now leads the nation in ridership growth and their excellent service. We can turn the CTA around, but we need a new leader that rides the system regularly more than a few times a year. A leader with significant experience in transit operations and a passion to transform CTA into the world-class system it once was. Chicago's fate is intertwined with the fate of the CTA. Our great downtown, the economic engine of Chicago, would not exist without the L. We need a new leader that rides the system frequently enough to understand the customer experience to make it great. Please ensure the next president is someone capable, experienced, and passionate about transit.
That's time.
So they can make the CTA as great as it should be. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will read into the record a written public comment that was sent from the Red Line Extension TIF Coalition. Good morning, Chicago Transit Board Chairman Lester Barclay, Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget, all CTA Board committee persons, President Dorval R. Carter Jr., and operational staff. The Red Line Extension TIF Coalition is a regional public engagement platform working to monitor spending and planning programs aligned to the land development, intergovernmental agreements, environmental protection, uniform code compliance, and railroad operations along the Red Line Extension Project area. Today, we support all of the ordinance passed by the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee that strengthens CTA's relationship with sister agencies while simultaneously bringing more riders to the system. Also, we wish to thank President Dorval Carter Jr. for his dedication to public service and his sense of care to secure full funding agreements for the CTA Red Line Extension Project. You are a good and faithful servant. Mr. Carter traveled the state of Illinois and the halls of Congress tirelessly to secure funding for the Chicago bus and rail system. Mr. Carter demonstrated great care and attention to CTA workers and unions to ensure all their needs were met. President Carter worked to ensure its riders were protected while riding the system and was comfortable during the prolonged heat waves and winter nights. Through it all, President Carter was steadfast and focused on making CTA #1 in the nation. We thank you, and yes, we love you. As you continue your great journey in life, may God continue to send angels before you like Jacob. Thank you forevermore. Michael Lafagu, and I might have said that wrong, President of the Greater Far South Halsted Chamber of Commerce, John Paul Jones, co-founder Redline Extension TIF Coalition, and Janet Bell, Vice President, Golden Gate Community Organization and board member of the Redline Extension TIF Coalition. Our last public comment is Dr. Kisha Roberts Taft.
Good morning, and thank you to the board members for allowing me the opportunity to address you with a statement regarding domestic sex trafficking. My name is Dr. Kisha Roberts, and I am currently a community psychologist, human trafficking consultant, former human trafficking specialist for Cook County Juvenile Probation and Court Services, and the founder of Girls Night Out Non-for-Profit. I would like to ground this conversation and first by giving basic knowledge around what is human trafficking. Although human trafficking encompasses both sex and labor, today I will be focusing on domestic sex trafficking and exploitation. Sex trafficking is defined as the trafficking of which any commercial act is induced by force, fraud, or coercion, or in which the person induced the performance of the act does not obtain 18 years of age. Along with the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, and obtaining a person for the purpose of a commercial sex act. While a commercial sex act does not have a monetary value, it is defined as the exchange of anything of value, shelter being a valuable source of trade. Acknowledging that there is a large population of homelessness within the city of Chicago, many taking shelter on the rails and properties of CTA, specifically adolescents. Today, I am here to speak on the frequency of domestic sexual exploitation engagement on buses and railways to recruit, harbor, transport, and trade women and children for the purpose of a commercial sex trade. Throughout my 16 years of work with human trafficking advocacy and service provision, a common theme is the intersection of victims and public transportation. As the foundation of my advocacy work is grounded in street outreach, I have observed thousands of women and men use bus stops such as Washington and Costner, Fullerton and Pulaski, Pulaski and Chicago Avenue, bus stops along Cicero from Roosevelt to 47, from Cicero to Damon, 59th in both Halsted and Ashland, 62nd in Ashland, 76th in Halsted, stops along 79th Street, 95th in the Dan Ryan, and Michigan Avenue from 103rd to 119th, just to name a few. As I have assessed thousands of girls who have indicated that they have worked trains and transit stations to meet what they refer to as their Johns and 16, which is a term used for customers and buyers, offering statements like, "I just sat next to him and asked if he wanted to party, and he knew what time it was." Girls have told me that their pimps make them use the bus stops because the police will not bother them there. I encourage Chicago Transit Authority to invest in human trafficking identification training with collaborating with community-based providers to intersex trafficking on bus stops and trains while offering valuable services to marginalized populations. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
But I'm going to have somebody get in contact.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Barclay, there are no further public comments.
Our next order of business is a construction report from Bill Mooney, our Chief Infrastructure Officer, and Juan Pablo Prieto, our Director of Diversity Programs.
Good morning, I'm Bill Mooney, your Chief Infrastructure Officer, and I'm joined today by
Juan Pablo Prieto, Director of Diversity Programs.
I have an abridged version of your monthly construction update. We'll start where we normally do, our Canal Barry Damon substation upgrade project. Most of the focus at both Damon and Canal has been on the commissioning phases of the equipment that's been installed. I've showed you pictures over the last couple of months. Here's a photo of the work going on at Damon as it prepares to commission this equipment and bring it online in the upcoming months. At Berry, now that we are weather tight there, they have started doing most of the interior work, prepping for the equipment, which will be coming in the next 2 months. You'll start to see photos of that coming installed on site, and it will move into its commissioning phase in the spring. Our Brown Line Station Improvement Project, as we finish up with most of the seasonal work here, you can see the finished work around the roof edges and some of the final, restoration of the steel that we've been working on throughout the summer. As we move kind of into the later winter months, then we'll start seeing some of that station work coming out. So it's a little more beneficial with things like anything again.
So please speak up and slow down.
On our here, Harlem Bus Bridge project, we have been focusing on closing up the steel work for the season. Here are a couple of photos of the iron workers doing the detail work on those large steel members we shared the last couple months. In March, they are anticipating the big pour of concrete for this bridge path. It is a bit weather dependent. It becomes a little bit more challenging with its exposure in the deep cold temperatures right now. Here's another photo of that finished prep work. Once this work is kind of ready for that pour in March, it will move forward into its finished work and some of the other restoration that goes around this bridge installation. At our Racine and Morgan improvement project, we've got a station. So I've shown a lot of great improvements over the last months here. Here's a south-facing view. The station at Racine is being prepped for the precast panel exterior. So this gets a white precast panel with a big CTA logo on it as part of its architectural features. You can also see that waterfall staircase that we've talked about over the last couple months. On the inside, we are starting to see the finishes in the station itself as now it's watertight. It's being warmed for months. Here are the windows being installed in the station. Those are the windows that will be receiving that arc glass that the mural around it that we saw last month. And here you can see some of the tile work going in on those interior finishes. At Morgan, it's being prepped to be fully watertight at this point. You can see some of the louver access panels up on the second story being closed up. Here you can see that framework from the inside. And a lot of the detail work and wiring is that starting to get ready for its equipment installation in the summer months. We came to the conclusion of our 2024 Refresh and Renew program in December with 29 of the 29 committed stations completed, as well as all 14 of the bus terminals. The last station in our list was Grand on the Red Line. Here you can see some before afters of our lighting improvements. This is the upgrades of the LEDs within the station footprint, a couple different views of that. Then here at Grand and Latrobe, our last bus turnaround for the season, you can see the bus turnaround bathroom. This is our employee-facing facility there to support our employees. They got it facelift as well. This will go on to the internal program. So over the next couple months, we'll spend most of our time focusing on our major rail maintenance facilities and bus maintenance facilities, and then we'll be back in the spring with the customer-facing program again. Red Purple Modernization Project, we proceed forward with kind of the last phases around the Red Purple bypass. So over the next month or so, we will be untangling the multi reroutes that we've created in that corridor and starting to commission the last sections of the new track. Here you can see some of that finished work going on in the corridor. So here they're installing sound panels around the transition from the concrete deck that we've recently been pouring and showing you a lot of work up to the steel structure as this looks kind of north towards Addison. And here's some finished work around the Clark Street substation. We showed some of this form work over the last couple months. Here's kind of that finished barrier wall for the courtyard. And up on the farther north portion of the project, we are continuing to see the station is advancing. So here you see at Bryn Mawr, the grand staircase getting its granite finish. So at Bryn Mawr was the restoration of the streetscape. This is a bus parking pad right outside the station. Moving further down to Berwyn, it's getting interior finishes now, and this is the installation of the granite flooring as they do the grouting around those granite pavers. It's also starting to see some of the exterior prep work for the roofing. It has kind of a grand kind of a canopy that hangs out over the front of the station, that work here. And all the stations now are seeing their precast panel installation. So here's an example at Argyle. We've seen a lot of this work going on at Bryn Mawr and Berwyn. Here it is at Argyle as they're putting the platform in place. And at Lawrence, it's starting to see its enclosures. This is the final concrete pour of the project here with the staircase, and we're happy to see that go forward. We continue our continuous outreach with the community. We participated in the Chicago Department of Planning meeting in the 44th Ward to talk about the TOD sites, not only available through the end of our project here, but also some of the other sites in the area that are part of the major planning plan there. We had a very advanced TOD plan associated with the project, and this was really just touching base with the community as we're getting ready to start going out to release those RFPs in accordance to the plan, and making sure we're still in line with what the expectations of the community are. So we were glad to be a party to that. And the last note for me on this would be, I would be remiss though not an active project that we're regularly reporting on, to note that this past Friday, we did have the historic action taken with the signing of the red line extension project. So here you can see the official signing of the contract for the federal government's almost $2 billion commitment to that project. And here's a picture of the ceremonial signing. I know many of the board members were there to participate and be a party to that as well. It was a great, exciting event. And finally, just a bit of the team. This process has been going on since 2006 when the board took that action. We've talked about that. It has really been aggressively active part of it for over the last 3 years. There have been hundreds of people who have worked on the numerous aspects to secure this funding. It is, and this is just a small token group who was there participating with us. So with that, I'll pause and turn it over to Juan Pablo.
Thanks, Bill. As of the end of November on RPM, 121 unique DBs have been awarded almost $292 million between the design and construction packages. 54 of those are new to CTA. DBs have been paid more than $189 million, which puts the prime contractor's attainment at 17.5%. On the workforce side, as of the end of November, 2,557 unique workers have logged over 2.1 million labor hours and earned over $127 million. Prime contractor is tracking to meet their workforce goals. In December, we attended a number of events to inform small businesses and residents about contracting and career opportunities on CTA projects. We also hosted our Q4 DB and workforce event. Our workforce event was held on December 4th at Truman College, where 52 attendees heard a presentation on upcoming projects and networked with workforce partners, trade unions, and contractors to talk about career opportunities. Our DBE event was held on December 11th at Daly College, where 60 attendees heard about upcoming contracts and network with prime and potential prime contractors to discuss how they can partner on CTA projects. We attended membership meetings for the Chatham Business Association and the National Association of Minority Contractors to continue our Red Line Extension Roadshow, where we and Walsh Vinci discuss how DBEs can compete for the work on that project. We also held a follow-up session with ASEA's Professional Services Committee to discuss design opportunities on the Red Line Extension. We also hosted, just to preview January a little bit, on January 10th, the same day as the signing, a certification drive at Elk Hill Gardens. We had 27 individuals show up to get their businesses, their applications started for DBE. So we had them do a little bit of pre-work, registering as a vendor, bring all their documents on a jump drive so that we can guide them through the application process. So we look forward to welcoming some new DBEs into the pool. That concludes our report. Happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions.
Does any other member of the board have a question? Director Jha?
It's more of a request than a question. Could we start adding ADA accessible stations list into the support moving forward, where we could see how many are, how many aren't, and if there's any moving towards that?
Sure. I mean, we could include a slide that shows current number of accessible stations, the ones currently in planning and design that have funding associated with them, as well as ones that are under construction, and then what that total will be, and see that change going over. Racine is one of the current ones under construction. Austin is just starting to get going. You'll start seeing some reporting on those. We do have a bunch of others that are in the design and any kind of phasing process that have secure funding. So we can certainly put some.
Yeah, it'd just be good to kind of know total versus where we are.
Yeah.
And maybe have some rules around year over year. Same request around EVs. If there's any electronic buses, if there's any progress, or because I know we have a goal of 2040, I think we haven't really talked about that, and if we're delayed or if that's achievable or not. I think it would be good to just get a summary of where we're at.
We can certainly talk to you about, that's not Bill's area of responsibility, but we can create.
Well, whoever it is. So.
We can create a report around that issue, and as Bill indicated, with regards to the ADA work, there are multiple components. Some of it is obviously making stations accessible. There's also upgrades that we're doing, escalators and elevators, other things that are part of the ongoing effort. to improve accessibility on our system.
Yeah.
And we can give you a report that reflects all of those activities.
I'm just saying like on a month to month, I think it's good information.
I would say that generally speaking, month to month, there won't be a lot of change. Right? Because the project goes under construction, it's under construction for 18 months, it won't be accessible for that 18-month rate. There's not that many projects coming in, so we continue to report, and that report will likely be stagnant for many, many months until something maybe comes out of design, moves towards a bid phase, that moves into construction. But
Which is fine. It's just having, even if it's an appendix in the construction report that says this is a plan for this year, and whenever there is change, you report it. If not,
we had a couple graphics in the all station accessibility plan briefing we did with you that we can revisit those that are pretty common graphics that show the phasing of this that I think would be useful.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Any other questions from any other board members or comments?
No questions, just congrats on the progress. And just one reminder or repeated request to think about presenting to our board at some point in the next year, the TOD strategy as a whole. I love getting these pieces here and there, but I think we have now an opportunity to present all of this as a cohesive strategy with the city, with the different departments there and others. And some of us are worried about the red line in that we love to see the construction and the plans and everything, but we also worried that some of those areas with the improvements in the north side are going to gentrify, and some of the people who can live now and afford may not. So finding those TOD sites and making them equitable, very important. And at the end of the line, the community is eager not just to see the red line extension, but to see the full development of those stations, all the infill, all the new facilities, restaurants, housing, centers. And so I think we are overdue to get a sense of what the overall plan is. And I would love if we could have a report to the board in the upcoming year.
No, in anticipation of your ongoing request, because we have been meeting proactively with law and planning and infrastructure and real estate, who all those players that play with us, kind of coalesce that into one strategic conversation. Not only yourself, but many of the board members are very interested in that development, not just in those corridors, but in system-wide, right? I mean, I know Jeremy spoke to me, it's something near and dear to your heart about getting density around our station. So
thanks.
Yeah, so but in the upcoming months, I'm sure we could work something more brief.
Yeah, and Bill, it may be worth reaching out to the city's planning department and talking about maybe having someone come over as well to talk about some of the broader plans, particularly around red line extension, which is obviously not just a CTA conversation, it's a City of Chicago conversation, but I think it's one in which we get the board briefed what the plans are and how they're planning to move forward with that. I know the chairman, since he hears some of that in his role on the planning commission, but I know the board as a whole doesn't necessarily get the same insight in terms of what the bigger opportunities are and how they're sort of approaching that. So yeah, we'll make sure you get that.
Thank you.
I echo the comments that have been made. Just second everything that's been shared. I just wanted to note the event last Friday was an incredible opportunity to come together and celebrate all of the work that has been sort of in the process, as mentioned, for decades, 60 years. So it was just really an important event to be a part of. Congratulations to all of the team members who have been so diligently working on this, the leadership as well, in terms of getting that funding. That absolutely has been no small task. So even to getting it to full funding is an incredible milestone that deserves the full celebration as it did last week. So congratulations again to everyone for all of the efforts to make that happen.
Director Eady?
Yeah, I'm always intrigued about any type of construction projects. And I had raised it before about having an opportunity to have access or be taken on any of the construction projects that are ongoing. So tell me, what needs to happen for that to be arranged?
Well, we will work with April and Bill and set up a tour for you of both our existing major construction projects as well as give you a tour of the Red Line Extension Corridor and the work we're going to be doing there. We'll coordinate with Chairman's office to find a time to do that.
All right, I welcome that. Thank you.
I'm more than glad to do it. It's nothing funner than my job to get out there, so let's go.
The next item on the agenda is executive session. Yeah, my understanding that today we have an executive session.
Mr. Chairman, the board will move into closed session pursuant to the Illinois Open Meetings Act 5, Illinois Filed Statute, Section 120, 2C1, 2, 11, and 21.
I will now entertain a motion to recess into executive session for the reasons stated by council.
So moved. Second. It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee, that the board will recess into executive session. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay, the motion passes.
I will now entertain a motion to return to open session. We're good?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Cahill, seconded by Director Jakes, that the board returns to open session. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja? Yes. Director Cahill?
Present.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Director Cahill, do you vote to return to open session?
No.
Say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
The motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 5A. Kent?
In item 5A, the board reviewed the closed session meeting minutes for December 11th, 2024.
May I please have a motion to approve the closed session minutes for December 11th, 2024?
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Cahill, seconded by Director Lee, that the board approve the closed session minutes from December 11th, 2024. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Cahill?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay, the motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 5B.
Chairman, item 5B involves the proposed amendment of ordinance 024-125, which authorized execution of collective bargaining agreements with the Craft Coalition of Trade Unions in order to attach all applicable side letters.
I will now entertain a motion to approve an ordinance amending ordinance 024-125, authorized execution of collective bargaining agreements containing the terms of tentative agreements with the Craft Coalition of Trade Unions to attach as applicable side letters.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Cahill, seconded by Director Ja, to approve the ordinance amending ordinance 024-125. We will take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Cahill?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
The motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 5C. Kent?
Agenda item 5C involves a recommendation to authorize execution of a collective bargaining agreement containing the terms of a tentative agreement with the United Steelworkers of America, Local 9777.
I will now entertain a motion to approve the execution of a collective bargaining agreement containing the terms of a tentative agreement with the United Steelworkers of America, Local 9777.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Cahill, seconded by Director Lee, to approve the execution of the collective bargaining agreement containing the terms of the tentative agreement with the United Steelworkers of America, Local 9777. We will take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Cahill?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
The motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 5D. Kent?
Agenda item 5D, the board involves a recommendation to authorize execution of a collective bargaining agreement containing the terms of a tentative agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union Locals 241 and 308.
I will now entertain a motion to approve the execution of a collective bargaining agreement containing the terms of a tentative agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union Locals 241 and 308.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved by Director Cahill, seconded by Director Lee, to approve the execution of the collective bargaining agreement containing the terms of a tentative agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 241 and 308. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Cahill?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Edie?
Yes.
The motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 5E. Yep.
Chairman, in item 5E, the board reviewed a proposed settlement with the Teamsters Local 700 relating to retroactive payments under the terms of the previous collective bargaining agreement in the amount of $254,234.20.
I will now entertain a motion to authorize execution of a settlement agreement with the Teamsters Local 700 relating to retroactive payments under the terms of the previous collective bargaining agreement in the amount of $254,234.20.
So moved.
Second, it's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee to authorize the execution of a settlement agreement with the Teamsters Local 700 relating to retroactive payments under the terms of a previous collective bargaining agreement in the amount of $254,234.20. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 5F. Kent?
In agenda item 5F, the board reviewed a proposed settlement of the lawsuit captioned Victoria Villanueva versus Chicago Transit Authority and Wilson Watson, case number 2023 L4773, pending in the Circuit Court of Cook County in the amount of $8 million.
I will now entertain a motion to approve a settlement in the amount of $8 million in the lawsuit entitled Victoria Villanueva versus Chicago Transit Authority and Wilson Watson, case number 2023 L4773.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee to approve the settlement in the amount of $8 million in the lawsuit entitled Victoria Villanueva versus the Chicago Transit Authority and Wilson Watson, case number 2023 L4773. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz? Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Our next order of business is a report from the Committee on Finance, Audit, and Budget.
The committee met earlier this morning and approved the December 11th, 2024 committee minutes and reviewed the finance report. Committee reviewed 10 ordinances. One, an ordinance authorizing a co-promotional advertising trade agreement with Bank of America for the 2025 Shamrock Shuffle, Chicago 1321, Chicago Marathon. An ordinance authorizing an IGA with the City of Chicago through its Office of the City Clerk, purchase and use of open standards fare system cards for municipal identification and fare payment. Third, an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services for bulk purchases of Ventra tickets. An ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Cook County Assessor's Office to access geographic information system data. An ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority for access to an aerial photography subscription. Ordinance authorizing intergovernmental agreement with the General Services Administration through its Technology Transformation Services for consulting services from Office of 18F. An ordinance authorizing the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Oak Park through its Department of Police for police security. Ordinance authorizing the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Forest Park through its Department of Police for police security. An ordinance authorizing the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Evanston through its Department of Police for police security. And lastly, an office authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Chicago through its Department of Police for federal FY 2023 transit security grant funds. The committee also reviewed 2 contracts. The committee placed the 10 ordinances and 2 of the contracts on the Omnibus. The committee approved and recommended for board approval 10 ordinances and 2 contracts. This concludes the report of the Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee.
Thank you. I will now entertain a motion to approve the omnibus.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee, that the omnibus be approved. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
Motion passes.
We will now address board agenda item 6, board matters. Georgette, do we have any board matters today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have two board matters for today. The first is to approve a resolution changing the date of the January 2025 Chicago Transit Board regular meeting from January 8th to January 15th, 2025.
I will now entertain a motion to approve a resolution changing the date of the January 2025 Chicago Transit Board regular meeting from January 8th, January 15th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee, that the resolution changing the date of the January 2025 Chicago Transit Board regular meeting from January 8th to January 15th, 2025 be approved. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes. The second board matter is to approve an ordinance appointing an acting president of the Chicago Transit Authority.
I will now entertain a motion to appoint Nora Learson as acting president of Chicago Transit Authority and to set an annual salary of the acting president as $278,703.73 for the time serving in such position.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee, to appoint Nora Learson as the acting president of the Chicago Transit Authority and to set the annual salary of the acting president at $278,703.73 for the time serving in such position. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee?
Yes.
Director Eady?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Our next item of business on the agenda is our president's report, which will be given by our President Dorval Carr.
Thank you for this very short and quick board meeting today. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good afternoon. I was 27 years old, first walked into the merchandise mart and began my career as a staff attorney at the CTA. It was an exciting time for me. But like most young people, I honestly had no idea what the future was going to hold. Even as I found myself quickly enamored with public service, even as I felt the deepening pride of being a part of an agency that is so important to Chicago residents and visitors, I never imagined that I would end up becoming president of the Chicago Transit Authority. As the years have gone by, an unexpected career path unfolded before me. I felt a strong pull towards public transportation, and ultimately, I made the decision that this industry would not simply be a professional stop along the way, but it would be where I would spend the majority of my life's work. During that time, I've had the privilege of serving in high-level roles at both the local and the federal levels. It has been a rewarding and fulfilling experience that has exceeded my wildest dreams. Today, more than 40 years later, looking back at my years in public transportation, what has fascinated me about the richness of my experience has been the people that I've met, the work I've had the opportunity to do, and the challenges that I have worked to overcome while standing shoulder to shoulder with all of my colleagues. The sum of my experience working at this agency has been a portfolio of knowledge about public transit and the resulting respect for the hard work that it takes to lead a transit system. This job can be very difficult,
But the challenges that I faced have been eclipsed by the opportunity to work with a group of professionals who are among the best in our industry. And I am eternally grateful to the employees and the management team that have supported me every day that we have done this work. Of course, so many of the most important, most vital employees at CTA aren't here today. They drive the buses, they operate the trains, they serve our customers without regard to weather and street conditions. They work in rail stations and help our customers find their way across the city. They clean, repair, and maintain our vehicles and rail stations, and many others spend long hours managing the people who are doing that work or supporting their efforts in a number of different ways. I've spent a combined quarter century bearing witness to the hard work being done by the men and women of CTA's workforce, and it is truly a humbling experience. I have often noted my respect and appreciation for CTA's family of employees, and today, standing at the end of this 40-year journey, that admiration has only grown. Throughout the years, I've had the opportunity to visit other public transit systems in other cities, domestically and internationally, all with an eye towards bringing back useful information, observations regarding best practices or new technologies that could benefit our organization. Those experiences have included, for instance, new ideas for how we provide bus service and ways to improve our new control center, among other insights that have, I believe, helped me and my staff make CTA better, more effective, and more supportive of the communities that we serve, and have provided insights to help us improve CTA in the future. I would be remiss if I didn't touch on a final note before leaving CTA, and it's something that I've talked about for many years, well before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. For years, it has been a central focus of mine, and I believe it is the most important challenge facing public transit in Chicago. Above all else, the future of CTA is about how this region's public transit systems are funded. Funding is a critical component to support legacy public transit systems like ours. And to be frank, no matter how good one's intentions, no matter how much one truly believes in equitable transit outcomes, providing the services that our most transit-dependent, low-income customers need costs money. The change to CTA's funding formula is a can that has been kicked down the road for decades, and its shortcomings have exacerbated and were exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The unfortunate result is now a political climate where those who are able to affect that change that needs to be made are again desperately looking for scapegoats and excuses on which to blame 4 decades in action. That time is over. It won't be easy, but it has to get done. If we ever hope to achieve a world-class transit system in Chicago, I can provide you with an example of doing the type of hard work that will be required to move forward. Last Friday, CTA was joined by local and federal officials to celebrate a signed full funding grant agreement from the Federal Transit Administration for the Red Line extension. And I doubt anyone in this room was happier about that than I was. What could get lost in that celebration is the hard work and long history required to actually get to that day. The focus on actually making the Red Line extension a reality began in earnest in 2016, not long after I began as president. I worked closely with then Mayor Rahm Emanuel to create the Transit Tax Increment Financing District, which became known as the Transit TIF, which was a tool for local funding for both the Red Purple Modernization Project on Chicago's north side, the Red Line Extension Project on the south side, and which has the potential to be used to fund upgrades on the Forest Park branch of the Blue Line on the city's west side. After the General Assembly approved the Transit TIF in 2016, we worked to gain the Chicago City Council's approval for the TIF, which was successful. Thanks to their support in 2022, the Transit TIF is expected to generate
$959 million. Only then were we able to move forward with FTA's nearly $2 billion commitment. That, of course, is only the financial side of this discussion. The extensive work related to engineering, project development, contract evaluation, and other vital and areas culminated in last week's celebration at the House of Hope, but an appropriate name, recognizing our efforts to fulfill a promise that we made nearly 60 years ago. I'm sharing that timeline with you to provide some perspective on the hard work that was required to get us here today and the often slow pace of progress required to achieve the results that we want. It took focus, it took time, and most important, it required funding. Funding that we worked hard to get because we believed people of the far South Side deserve the same access to transit, jobs, and opportunities as the rest of the city. The ability to see the long view, to plan, strategize, execute over many years has been central to the successes that I've enjoyed throughout my career. That is especially true in the case of the Red Line extension and the extraordinary results that we achieved, which make me very proud. I committed nearly 10 years of my life to the CTA presidency, working to achieve goals that I've shared with 10,000 plus CTA employees. Along with my senior leadership team, we've worked to drive our agency's priorities, leading to accomplishments that I know have made the city better. We've created and contributed to a legacy that will last for many generations to come. As many of you likely know, while I'm retiring from public transit, I am not at the end of my professional journey. Instead, I will soon be taking on a new path as the president and chief executive officer of St. Anthony's Hospital on the west side of the city. I have a long relationship with St. Anthony's, including a tenure as board chair, and will follow in the footsteps of my father, who was a doctor at the hospital for 40 years and served for 10 years as chair of the obstetrics and gynecology department. Today, St. Anthony's Maternity Ward, named the Dr. Dorval and Vivian Carter Family Birthing Center, is named in my parents' honor. And I carry them in my spirit into this next challenge. I could not be more excited to start the next chapter of my life. But I want you all to know that it has been an honor of a lifetime to serve as CTA president. And it is humbling to remember that this journey began when I was a little boy on the south side of Chicago, discovering our amazing city while riding buses and trains provided by this agency that I would one day lead alongside the people that I would one day serve. I am forever grateful for this opportunity to serve our customers, the people of the city of Chicago, and this esteemed board. Thank you, Chairman Barkley. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, President Carter. President Carter, as chairman of the board, I want to express my gratitude to you for your years of dedicated service and leadership to the CTA. Over the past 10 years as president, you have guided this agency through moments of tremendous success and achievement, as well as periods of significant challenge. Through it all, your steadfast commitment to this agency, to the public we serve, and to this great city has remained clear and unwavering. You've been a champion for equity, ensuring that our service and initiatives reflect the communities we serve. This is exemplified in CTA's successful DBE program and historic industry initiatives like the Equity and Infrastructure Project, which you co-chair, and most notably the Red Line Extension Project. Without your leadership, vision, and expertise, this project would still be a deferred promise, and not the exciting reality it is with the signing of the federal full funding agreement last week. You led this agency through a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic, a time of tremendous loss and uncertainty for everyone and every industry. And when most transit systems ramped down or shut down, we kept our system going for those who relied on it to provide and receive essential services. There's been a great deal of Monday morning quarterbacking decisions, but to the folks who relied on our system to get them where they needed to go in those critical times, it was imperative. The transit industry even recognized and applauded you and CTA by awarding the American Public Transit Association Outstanding Transit Manager and Outstanding Transit Agency in 2021. The first time in the association's history that a single transit agency was recognized with both awards and in the same year. That's a result of your leadership, sir. Personally, I remember when you were presented with the job of heading up New York Transit, and you brought that to me, that you'd been offered that job. And then Boston Transit as well. You turned those down to stay here in Chicago to make sure that the Red Line Extension project got to where it needed to go. You're a true transportation professional with a remarkable career spanning decades in the transit industry. My first encounter with you was about 39 years as young lawyers working on a transportation project. Earning respect not only within our organization, but across the nation and the world. Your leadership and legacy will leave a positive and lasting impact on CTA. On behalf of the board, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your years of service, your leadership, and commitment to advancing the CTA's mission. While your presence will be deeply missed, your impact will continue to guide us as we build upon the foundation that you've laid. I want to wish you nothing but the best as you step into this next chapter of life. May it be filled with happiness, health, and continued success in all your future endeavors. Thank you for everything you've done for CTA, the city of Chicago, and the transit industry. You leave a legacy that will never be forgotten. Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up to other board members at this time.
I'm gonna start. I don't think there's any words to express the gratitude, how lucky I feel to be this board under. Seeing you, how you lead your team, humanity. Countless number of times we've had one-off conversation, and I look forward to those. We hope that you continue, as you said, to help when we need. It's been incredible to see what public service is like and how to uphold those standards and raise the bar higher and higher with every single monthly board meeting that we come to. So we're gonna miss you. We also know that you're not going far. We're gonna miss you. We're gonna miss you a lot. Thank you so much.
And I don't wanna repeat the things that the chair has mentioned. Your professional trajectory is clear, your track record. I'd rather focus on the personal. And when you communicated to me your next move, I expressed that I wanted to thank you at a personal level as a human being, knowing the amount of human energy and humanity that you have invested in this organization. There are three values that you carried forward in my 9 months here that I wanted to make sure are appreciated and acknowledged. Number one, Dorval, is your responsiveness. Every single time I reach out, I ask a question in person, by email, by text. You directly responded, and you connected me with people in your team to respond to those questions. No exceptions made. Second, your respect. the respect that you have shown when sometimes we challenged, each other, and we have came up to this table and behind scenes with ideas that we were not in agreement. And the utmost respect was always offered from your end, and your ability to listen and to incorporate feedback is outstanding. And the third thing is your resilience. Your resilience through perhaps the hardest moment for public transportation and for CTA in the history of this country, right? And that pandemic and the human toll it took, that you absorbed all of that. And you decided to stay, as the chair mentioned. And that is something that will be appreciated for a very, very long time and honors you. So I want to congratulate you for your next move. I also want to congratulate your new home because they're getting a huge gift with you, St. Anthony's Hospital, a transit-oriented hospital next to California Station. And finally, I really hope from a personal level that you get to turn your phone off the whole night. September 31st and moving forward as much as possible because you truly have earned that. Thank you.
I want to second everyone's comments. There wasn't much more to say. But coming into the board and knowing the responsibility of this position and taking that on, right? It's a personal commitment. I just want to thank you for all of what you've gifted the city and our suburbs, because it's a region that's impacted by the CTA. Your unwavering commitment to do the best thing. And I've always felt, again, coming into this role, I always felt like your heart was in the right place. Like you have always meant the good and the best for our people in the city and in our region. So regardless of the various details or things or how to get to things or what solution we come up with, that always gave me peace, knowing that your heart was in the right place. And so I thank you for that. I thank you for always thinking about our city and our region and doing your very best to do right for everyone here. So thank you for that. And congratulations again. I second Roberto's comment. St. Anthony is getting a gift. I know your personal connections to the hospital and to the area. I share them in so many different ways. So I'm excited for the transformation they're gonna have and all the great things that are gonna come with the hospital, St. Anthony, and yourself.
So I want to deal with it from a different perspective, because you, for me, and for a lot of young Black boys and girls, you are the best of who we are. And we needed to see you. And I am grateful that you have modeled a life for our community that encourages us, that gives us someone that we can look at and hold up to say, here's somebody that you can emulate. And I don't know if you remember this, but when we had I don't know if they were One Summer Chicago, whoever they were, the young people, and they were downstairs. And this one young Black man, young Black boy, he asked you, he said, what do you do? And you looked at him and you said, I'm doing what you should be doing and can do in the next 15, 20 years. And that meant the world to him and to me. So thank you for being that person that we can hold up as a model of excellence and greatness. The other part is, there's a poem that is near and dear to us called The Test of a Man. And you have exemplified the test of a man. Now, for those that do not know the poem, they can Google it. I will not say it, but you have indeed exemplified the test of a man, because in the 7 years I've had the pleasure of working with you, you have taken life's numerous bumps and blows and still continue to have what I call a weeble wobble spirit. You weeble and then wobble, it knock you down. And so thank you so much for all all that you've done. Wish you well for all that you are yet to do down the street. And it's still not too late to rescind your resignation. Thank you, Dorval. Thank you.
Hard to follow all the comments, but just from a personal perspective of a rider, thank you for doing this for the city and making sure the people like me can get where they need to go. And it's part of why I love Chicago. And thank you for being part of this, and your legacy will never be forgotten. And we're going to miss you so much.
Well, as the newest member of the board, I tell you, part of my excitement in coming on to this very distinguished board and group was I was going to get a chance to work with Dorval Carter. I certainly, like many others, we've observed you, we've followed you. Never had the opportunity before, just a few months ago, to actually work with you, be up close. And I was really very excited about this opportunity. And so it's certainly bittersweet in many regards because you represent so much and so much that is good, and you're one that an individual can glean so much from. When I think about you, it just comes to my mind. You're the consummate professional. You're always professional. You're always on point, and I admire that about you. And it is for me to just say, in my opinion, you never appear lost. You have a sense of direction. You know exactly where you're going, and you know exactly how to get there. And I join with Reverend Jakes to say, and I thought about it, you are the epitome, and you express ethnic pride. You represent the best and brightest of who you are, who you are connected to. And just want you to know that individuals like myself, we're cheering you on all the time because of what you represent, and it's all good. And I was so happy for you because I've known of your efforts around the red line extinction. And that is a crowning achievement. And I'll say this, you really know how to go out on top, you know. You know how to go out on top. And I just want you to know, and I'll close with this. You're a very humble man, and your greatness is in your humility. And I want you to know that we commend you for that, and just think that you're the greatest. And your transition to the hospital is just an indicator of your continued service to humanity. And you are commendable, young. And I want you to know that, sir. Hats off to you.
Thank you. We will bring back President Carter at a future date to recognize him. Our final order of business, Georgette. To what? Latest I've ever been here. It's new business. Is there any new business, Georgette?
Mr. Chairman, technically, there is no new business, no new business. However, there is a message that came in for Dorval Carter on yesterday that I would be remiss not to give him, because the person who called me will probably call me until I die and remind me that Garland Armstrong called from Des Moines, Iowa yesterday, and he wanted to make sure that I said to Dorval Carter that he and his wife love you, that they are proud of you, and rock on, Black brother, rock on.
There's no further business to come before the board. May I have a motion to adjourn the Chicago Transit Board meeting of January 15th, 2025?
So moved.
Second, it's been moved by Director Recajo, seconded by Director Lee, that the meeting be adjourned. We'll take a roll call vote. Director Ja?
Yes.
Director Recajo?
Yes.
Director Ortiz?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay?
Yes.
Director Jakes?
Yes.
Director Lee? Yes. Director Edie?
Yes.
Chairman Barclay, the motion passes.
Meeting is adjourned.